Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, the paperwork was clear. She had bought the house fair and square, but the night she moved in, she found a suitcase by the door, clothes still folded inside, a toothbrush in the bathroom. Assuming the previous owner had forgotten it, she called the real estate agent. The answer made her stomach drop. That's impossible. No one lived there before you. The early March wind whispered through the pine trees surrounding 1478 Oakwood Drive, a sound both soothing and somehow unsettling in its persistence. Detective Meredith Cole stood in the driveway, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp mountain air as she studied the modest two-story home. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the structure: pale blue siding, white trim, a covered porch with a swing that creaked softly with each gust of wind. Just another house in the quiet neighborhood of Pine Haven, Colorado. Except this house had somehow acquired two owners. The case file in Meredith's hands was thin, almost disappointingly so. Eleanor Blackwood, 34, had purchased the property 3 weeks ago after relocating from Chicago for a position at the local university's history department. The former owner, according to county records, was not a person but Rocky Mountain Trust, a bank that had foreclosed on the property after finding it abandoned 2 years prior. The house had remained empty since then, or so everyone believed. The detective's boots crunched on the gravel as she approached the front door. Eleanor answered almost immediately, her eyes rimmed with the distinctive shadows of sleepless nights. Inside, the house smelled of fresh paint and new beginnings, but underneath there lingered something else, a scent Meredith couldn't quite place, but recognized from countless other homes she'd entered during her 15 years on the force. It was the subtle fragrance of someone's life, an olfactory fingerprint that persists even after they're gone. "It's still here," Eleanor said quietly, leading Meredith to a small room off the kitchen that had been converted to a makeshift home office. The suitcase sat open on a folding table, a weathered brown leather piece with brass fixtures that had seen better days. Inside were men's clothes, neatly folded, jeans, flannel shirts, a worn leather wallet containing no identification, just a faded photograph of a lake surrounded by mountains that Meredith recognized as Crescent Lake, about 30 miles north. "And you found this the night you moved in?" Meredith asked, her voice intentionally measured and calm. "Yes, but that's not all." Eleanor's voice trembled slightly as she led the detective through the house. The toothbrush in the master bathroom, coffee in the kitchen cabinet, not mine, and sometimes I hear footsteps upstairs when I'm down here alone. Meredith nodded, making notes in her small spiral notebook with practiced detachment. She had heard similar stories before, usually explained by old pipes, settling foundations, or the overactive imagination of someone living alone for the first time. But the suitcase, that was something tangible, something that couldn't be dismissed as easily as creaking floorboards. "Have you noticed anything missing, anything out of place besides these items?" Eleanor shook her head, then hesitated. "No, but sometimes when I come home, things are not exactly where I left them. A book moved slightly on the shelf, my coffee mug on a different counter than where I'm certain I left it." The windows in the living room provided a perfect view of the dense woods behind the property, beautiful in the daylight, but undoubtedly isolating after dark. Meredith made a note to check if there were any reports of squatters or break-ins in the area, though that wouldn't explain why someone would bring possessions in rather than take them out. Back at the station, Meredith spread the contents of the case file across her desk. The property's history was unremarkable until she reached the foreclosure documents. The previous owner before the bank took possession was listed as James Thornfield, a name that triggered no immediate recognition. According to the paperwork, Thornfield had simply stopped making payments 2 years ago, and when bank representatives visited the property, they found it vacant with no forwarding address. A search through the department database revealed no missing persons report for anyone named James Thornfield. No criminal record, no death certificate filed in the county. It was as if the man had simply vanished, leaving behind only a suitcase and the lingering impression of his presence. 3 days later, Meredith returned to the house with a photograph she'd obtained from the DMV. Alina confirmed she had never seen the man in the image, a 40-something male with dark hair graying at the temples and eyes that seemed to look through the camera rather than at it. "What happened to him?" Alina asked, her voice hushed as if they were discussing something sacred. "That's what we're trying to determine," Meredith replied, though privately she was beginning to wonder if they ever would. The detective's next stop was Crescent Lake, following the only lead they had the photograph in the wallet. The lakeside community was small, primarily vacation cabins and a few year-round residents. At the general store, the elderly proprietor studied the DMV photo with narrowed eyes before recognition flickered across his weathered face. "That's Jim Thornfield, all right. Used to come up here fishing most weekends, had a special spot on the north side of the lake." The man leaned across the counter, lowering his voice. "Haven't seen him in a couple years, though. Figured he moved on like most folks eventually do." "Did he ever mention any problems, financial troubles maybe, or anyone who might have wished him harm?" The store owner shook his head slowly. Jim wasn't much for talking about personal matters, quiet type, always paid cash for his supplies. "Last time I saw him, he mentioned something about finally finding what he was looking for. Thought he meant a particularly elusive trout he'd been after. Now I wonder." Back in Pine Haven, Meredith expanded her search. Bank records showed Thornfield had withdrawn nearly all his savings just over $42,002 days before the last mortgage payment was made. His credit cards hadn't been used since. His cell phone service had been disconnected due to non-payment. It was the typical pattern of someone who had either chosen to disappear or been made to. Meanwhile, Alina reported that the unexplained phenomena in the house had continued. A radio turning on by itself, the distinct smell of coffee brewing early one morning when she was certain she hadn't set the timer, and most disturbingly, a notebook she didn't recognize appearing on her bedside table, containing hand-drawn maps of what appeared to be cave systems, though no locations were specified. When Meredith examined the notebook, something fell from between its pages, a small key attached to a tag with the numbers 1216 handwritten in fading ink. The detective's experience told her this was likely a storage unit key. 3 days of calling every storage facility within a 50-mile radius finally yielded results. Mountain Vista Storage, 15 miles outside of town, had a unit 1216 rented by James Thornfield. The manager informed her that the payments were made annually and the unit was paid through the end of the year. With a search warrant in hand, Meredith stood watching as the heavy padlock was cut away. The door rolled up to reveal a space that was meticulously organized plastic bins labeled by content, a small desk with a chair, walls covered with maps and photographs connected by red string in the classic style of an investigation board. But this wasn't a police investigation. This was something else entirely. "He thought he found something," the detective murmured as she carefully examined the materials. newspaper clippings about local legends, geological surveys, historical accounts of indigenous peoples who once inhabited the region, and at the center of it all, multiple references to something called the Threshold, apparently a cave system rumored to exist somewhere beneath the mountains surrounding Pinehaven. Among the papers was a journal, the final entry dated 2 years ago, just days before Thornfield had withdrawn his savings and disappeared. I've found it. After all this time, the Threshold is real. The entrance is exactly where the Blackwood papers suggested. Tomorrow I make my descent. If the legends are true, time functions differently beyond the Threshold. Days here might be minutes there, or perhaps the reverse. I've left everything in order just in case, but I will return. I must return. What lies beyond is too important to remain hidden. Meredith felt a chill that had nothing to do with the storage unit's lack of heating. The Blackwood papers, the same surname as Alina, the new homeowner. A coincidence. The detective was not inclined to believe in coincidences. When confronted with this information, Alina's face drained of color. "Blackwood is my married name," she whispered. "My ex-husband's family had some connection to this area generations ago. He used to talk about family legends, caves with strange properties. I thought they were just stories." The investigation continued, but James Thornfield was never found. The cave system mentioned in his notes was never located, despite several searches of the surrounding wilderness. As months passed, the case grew cold, the file gathering dust alongside countless other unsolved mysteries. Alina stayed in the house, eventually coming to terms with its peculiarities. The unexplained phenomena continued. Occasionally objects moving, the sound of footsteps, the radio turning on. But as time passed, they began to feel less threatening, more like the comfortable routines of a housemate who kept different hours. 1 year after Alina had moved in, Detective Cole received a peculiar piece of mail at the station. Inside a weather-beaten envelope was a single photograph, Crescent Lake at sunset, identical to the one found in Thornfield's wallet. On the back, written in handwriting that matched the journal from the storage unit, were 5 simple words. "Some thresholds can never close." The case of 1478 Oakwood Drive remains officially unsolved. James Thornfield is still listed as a missing person. The house still has 2 owners, one who lives there in the present, and one who perhaps exists somewhere else entirely, in a place where time flows differently, beyond a threshold few will ever find, and fewer still would dare to cross. Story 2. The fluorescent lights of Mercy Regional Hospital hummed quietly, casting a soft glow across the polished linoleum floor. Outside, the autumn rain tapped gently against the windows, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to slow time itself. It was just after midnight when Sarah Miller first noticed something wasn't right. The corridor leading to the maternity ward was eerily silent, devoid of the usual whispered conversations and the soft squeaking of nurses' shoes against the floor. Sarah had been working the night shift at the reception desk for nearly 7 years, long enough to recognize the hospital's natural rhythms. But tonight, something felt different. The air seemed heavier, charged with an unnamed tension that made her skin prickle despite the warmth of the building. Her fingers moved methodically across the keyboard as she entered the day's final admission records. The sound of typing echoed softly in the quiet space, a gentle percussion accompanying the rain outside. When she reached the last entry, her fingers hesitated, hovering above the keys. The name Emily Wells stared back at her from the screen, but the corresponding patient information was incomplete. No doctor's signature, no time of admission, no assigned room number. Just a name, a date of birth, and a notation. admitted for labor, female infant delivered. Sarah frowned, her brow furrowing as she clicked through the digital records. She couldn't find any additional information about Emily Wells or her baby. No birth certificate had been generated, no pediatric checkups scheduled. It was as if the mother and child had simply appeared in the system and then vanished. The rain intensified outside, drumming harder against the glass. Sarah reached for the phone, her fingers wrapping around the cool plastic as she dialed the extension for the maternity ward. "Maternity, this is Nurse Jensen," came the tired voice on the other end. "Hi Lisa, it's Sarah from reception. I'm looking at this admission record for an Emily Wells. It says she delivered a baby girl tonight, but I don't have any of the follow-up paperwork." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Sarah could hear the soft beeping of monitors in the background, the distant murmur of voices. "We didn't have any deliveries tonight," Nurse Jensen finally replied, her voice lowered. "The last baby was born yesterday afternoon. Are you sure you're looking at today's records?" Sarah felt a chill creep up her spine despite the stuffy warmth of the reception area. "I'm looking at it right now. Admitted at 7:42 p.m. Emily Wells, age 28. Another pause, longer this time. When Nurse Jensen spoke again, her voice had an edge to it. "Sarah, I've been on shift since 6. There's been no Emily Wells, no deliveries, nothing. The ward's been quiet all night." Sarah thanked her colleague and hung up, the receiver making a soft click as she set it back in its cradle. Her eyes drifted back to the computer screen, to the name that shouldn't be there. Something wasn't adding up, and the discrepancy created a knot of unease in her stomach. She decided to check the security footage. The hospital had installed new cameras just 3 months ago, their digital eyes watching every corridor, every entrance. Sarah's security clearance allowed her to access the basic feed, and she quickly navigated to the footage from the main entrance. The timestamp read 7:30 p.m. Rain was falling steadily, casting a glossy sheen over the parking lot. At 7:36, a dark sedan pulled up to the entrance. A woman emerged, her face partially obscured by an umbrella. She moved with difficulty, one hand supporting her swollen belly. She appeared to be alone. Sarah watched as the woman made her way through the automatic doors and approached the reception desk. The evening receptionist, Miguel, greeted her. There was a brief conversation, papers were exchanged, and then Miguel picked up the phone. Minutes later, a nurse appeared with a wheelchair. The pregnant woman was helped into it and wheeled away, disappearing down the corridor that led to the maternity ward. Emily Wells had definitely arrived at the hospital, but according to Nurse Jensen, she had never made it to the maternity ward. So where had she gone? Detective Thomas Reed rubbed his tired eyes, feeling the grit of a night without sleep. The case file lay open before him, its contents spread across the worn surface of his desk. 3 weeks had passed since Sarah Miller had reported the discrepancy in the hospital records, and what had seemed at first like a simple clerical error had evolved into something far more disturbing. "Run it by me again," he said to his partner, Detective Ava Martinez, who was nursing a cup of coffee by the window. Outside, the early morning light was just beginning to creep over the horizon, painting the sky in muted shades of pink and gray. Martinez sighed, moving to sit across from Reed. Emily Wells, 28 years old, 8 months pregnant, recently moved to town, no family in the area. According to her neighbors, she kept to herself, didn't socialize much. On October 12th, she arrives at Mercy Regional Hospital in labor. Security footage shows her entering the building at 7:36 p.m. and being wheeled away by a nurse at 7:42 p.m. Reed nodded, his fingers drumming softly against the desk, and then nothing. No record of her in the maternity ward, no birth certificate filed. The nurse who supposedly wheeled her away doesn't match any hospital employee. Wells's apartment was found empty the next day, rent paid through the end of the month, but no personal belongings left behind. Reed picked up a photograph from the File A still from the security footage showing the woman they believed to be Emily Wells. Her face was partially obscured, but there was something in her posture, in the protective way she cradled her belly, that spoke of vulnerability and fear. What about the receptionist who checked her in, Miguel Rodriguez? Martinez shook her head, her expression grim. Claims he has no memory of the incident, says the evening was busy, that he processed dozens of admissions. When shown the security footage, he acknowledged it was him at the desk, but couldn't recall the specific interaction with Wells. Reed's eyes narrowed. Something about Rodriguez's amnesia felt convenient, too neat. But without evidence of wrongdoing, they had no grounds to press him further. And the nurse who took her away. We've shown the footage to every staff member. No one recognizes her. She's wearing a Mercy Regional uniform, but her face is never clearly visible on camera. She keeps her head down, turned away from the security feeds. Reed leaned back in his chair, which creaked softly under his weight. The case was full of shadows and whispers, leads that dissolved into nothing when pursued. It was as if Emily Wells and her baby had simply evaporated, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their existence. "What about the car?" he asked, referring to the dark sedan that had dropped Wells off at the hospital. "Rental car paid for with cash. The license provided was fake." Reed rubbed his jaw, feeling the stubble beneath his fingers. "So we've got a pregnant woman who arrives at a hospital, is taken away by someone impersonating a nurse, and then vanishes completely. No trace, no witnesses, nothing." Martinez nodded slowly. "It gets worse. We've been digging into Emily Wells's background. As far as we can tell, she didn't exist before she moved here 3 months ago. The social security number on her rental application belongs to a woman who died in 1997. Her employment history is fabricated. The references she provided, burner phones, all disconnected now." Reed felt a chill travel down his spine. This wasn't just a missing persons case anymore. It had the hallmarks of something far more complex: false identities, careful planning, a disappearance that left no trace. "She was running from something," he said quietly, "or someone." "That's my guess too," Martinez agreed. "But what happens to a woman in hiding when she goes into labor? Who takes her from a hospital? And more importantly, what happens to her baby?" Reed had no answers, only more questions that seemed to multiply with each passing day. The case of Emily Wells and her missing baby had become a labyrinth, a puzzle box with pieces that didn't quite fit together. 2 months later, the case remained unsolved. The trail had gone cold, leads exhausted, theories tested and discarded. Reed found himself returning to the hospital on a rainy evening, much like the one when Emily Wells had disappeared. He stood in the parking lot, watching the rain fall, trying to piece together what might have happened. A movement caught his eye, a figure hurrying toward the entrance, hunched against the rain. For a moment his heart raced, thinking it might be her, but it was just a nurse rushing to start her shift, her scrubs partially visible beneath her raincoat. Reed was about to turn away when something stopped him. There was something familiar about the way the nurse moved, something that tugged at his memory. He watched as she entered the building, her head down, her face obscured by her hood. Acting on instinct, he followed her inside, keeping his distance. The nurse moved through the lobby without acknowledging the reception desk, her stride purposeful. She took a service elevator instead of the main ones, disappearing behind the closing doors before Reed could reach her. His instincts screaming, Reed approached the reception desk and flashed his badge. "That nurse who just came in, do you know her?" The receptionist, a young man with tired eyes, looked confused. "I didn't see anyone come in just now, detective." Reed pointed to the security cameras. "Check the footage. A nurse just walked through here, took the service elevator." The receptionist turned to his computer, rewinding the security feed. Reed watched over his shoulder as the footage played back. He saw himself enter, saw his own reflection in the polished floor, but there was no nurse. No one else had entered the building in the last 5 minutes. But Reed had seen her, he was certain of it. Later that night, as he sat in his car watching the hospital, a text message illuminated his phone. Unknown number, no caller ID. Some babies aren't meant to be on the records. Some mothers need to disappear. Stop looking for her sake, for the child's. Reed stared at the message, his blood running cold. Before he could respond or trace the number, the message deleted itself, leaving his screen blank. In the days that followed, the case of Emily Wells and her missing baby was officially classified as inactive. The file was archived, the investigation suspended indefinitely. On paper, it appeared to be just another unsolved mystery, another case that time and circumstance had rendered impenetrable. But Detective Reed couldn't let it go. In quiet moments, when the office was empty and the night pressed against the windows, he would open the file again, studying the grainy image of Emily Wells as she entered the hospital. He would think about the nurse he had seen but couldn't prove existed, about the text message that had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. And sometimes, when he drove past Mercy Regional Hospital on rainy nights, he would slow down, watching the entrance, waiting, wondering if one day Emily Wells might return, her child in her arms, ready to tell her story. But some stories remain untold, some mysteries persist, defying resolution. And in the soft static of hospital security feeds, in the spaces between official records, there remained the echo of a birth that was never recorded, a child who was never officially born, and a mother who had found a way to disappear completely. The baby that wasn't on the records would grow up without a history, without a paper trail. Perhaps that was by design. Perhaps, in some cases, invisibility was the greatest protection of all. Story 3, he picked up the rental, adjusted the seat, and started the engine. The GPS flickered to life with a preset route. The last location entered was his own home. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the airport parking lot as Jonathan Mills pulled the white sedan onto the main road. The car still held the artificial scent of industrial cleaners and air freshener, that unmistakable rental car smell that somehow always felt the same, no matter the make or model. Outside, the autumn air hung heavy with moisture, promising rain but withholding it for now, creating that peculiar stillness that makes even familiar landscapes feel slightly altered, slightly wrong. Detective Sandra Reeves stood in that same parking lot 3 days later, her notebook dampened by the drizzle that had finally arrived. The rental company had reported the vehicle missing after it failed to return on schedule. Now it sat before her, located in the far corner of the Pinewood shopping center, precisely 42 miles from where it should have been. The keys were missing. The interior was immaculate. No fingerprints would be found on the steering wheel or door handles. The detective ran her gloved hand along the driver's seat, adjusted exactly as Jonathan had left it. "How long has it been here?" she asked the security guard who had discovered the abandoned vehicle during his morning rounds. "Can't say for certain," he replied, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Didn't notice it yesterday, though I don't always check this section thoroughly. These spaces aren't technically part of our property." Detective Reeves nodded silently, her attention drawn to the dashboard. The GPS screen remained dark. Whatever route had guided Jonathan Mills had been erased from the system's memory. She made note of this detail in her worn leather-bound notebook, the pages crinkling slightly under the touch of her pen. Jonathan Mills had been a creature of habit. His colleagues at the accounting firm described him as methodical, predictable, a man who brought the same lunch to work for 5 consecutive years, a man whose desk remained so organized that coworkers joked about using rulers to align his stapler with the edge of his blotter. He lived alone in a modest condominium on the north side of town. No pets, few friends. Regular calls to his mother every Sunday evening at precisely 7:00 p.m. The rental was necessary because his own vehicle, a sensible 5-year-old sedan, was undergoing routine maintenance. Nothing unexpected, nothing to suggest any deviation from his carefully structured life. "Does Mr. Mills have any history of mental health issues?" Detective Reeves asked his supervisor, a nervous man with thinning hair who kept adjusting his tie as they spoke in the fluorescent-lit conference room of Mills Accounting and Tax Services, no relation to Jonathan, despite the coincidental name. "Not that I'm aware of," the supervisor replied. "Jonathan was our most reliable employee, never missed a day, always punctual. Clients request him specifically for their tax preparation." The detective nodded, making another note, present tense shifting to past, then back again. The uncertainty of status that accompanies disappearances, neither confirmed alive nor confirmed deceased, existing in linguistic limbo. Jonathan's condominium revealed little when Detective Reeves obtained access the following day. The space was clean, organized. A half-full coffee mug sat in the sink. The bed was made with hospital corners. No medication beyond standard over-the-counter pain relievers in the bathroom cabinet. His passport remained in the desk drawer, his suitcase in the closet, his toothbrush in its holder. The answering machine blinked with a single message. His mother, calling Monday evening, concerned that she hadn't received his usual Sunday call. The investigation proceeded with methodical precision, much like Jonathan himself might have approached a complex tax return. Bank records showed no unusual transactions. Cell phone records revealed no calls to numbers outside his normal contacts in the days before his disappearance. Security footage from the airport rental agency showed Jonathan picking up the car, his movements calm and deliberate as he signed the paperwork, accepted the keys, and walked to the designated parking space. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Reeves received the forensic analysis of the rental car's GPS system. Despite the blank screen, technicians had recovered data fragments from the device's memory. The last programmed destination had indeed been Jonathan's home address, but at some point during his journey, a new location had been manually entered. This second destination had been carefully deleted afterward, but traces remained in the system's temporary files. The coordinates led to an isolated viewpoint overlooking Blackwater Reservoir, a scenic spot popular with hikers and weekend tourists during summer months. By November, when Jonathan had disappeared, the area would have been nearly deserted. The rain had turned to a fine mist as Detective Reeves parked her unmarked vehicle at the trailhead. The path to the viewpoint stretched before her, a narrow dirt track now slick with mud and fallen leaves. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. The sound of her footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the surrounding stillness, punctuated only by occasional bird song and the distant whisper of water. The viewpoint itself was unremarkable, a small clearing with a wooden bench facing the expanse of the reservoir below. No barriers separated visitors from the steep drop to the water. No signs warned of danger beyond the standard cautions about wildlife and littering. Detective Reeves stood at the edge, her eyes scanning the dark surface of the water far below. The search team had already examined this area 3 days earlier. No body had been recovered. No personal effects had been found. Just this empty bench and the vast, unblinking eye of the reservoir revealing nothing. As she turned to leave, something caught her attention. A small pile of stones, arranged with obvious deliberation at one end of the bench. 5 stones stacked upon each other in decreasing size. The type of marker hikers sometimes use to indicate a trail. Except this formation served no such purpose here on the established viewpoint. Carefully, Detective Reeves photographed the stones before examining them more closely. The bottom stone, largest of the 5, had something etched into its surface. She turned it over in her gloved hands, angling it toward the fading afternoon light. Numbers, a sequence of digits that, after a moment's consideration, she recognized as geographical coordinates, different from their current location, somewhere else entirely. 2 days later, those coordinates led Detective Reeves to a small private airport in a neighboring county, a facility catering to charter flights and wealthy individuals with their own aircraft. The manager, after some hesitation and a reminder about obstruction of justice, confirmed that a passenger matching Jonathan Mills' description had boarded a small plane bound for Central America on the evening he disappeared. The passenger had used a different name, had paid in cash, had carried only a small bag, had presented documentation that, while convincing enough at the time, now appeared to be expertly forged. He seemed perfectly calm, the manager recalled, reviewing the security footage with Detective Reeves. Nothing about his behavior suggested any distress or urgency. On screen, the figure who might be Jonathan Mills moved with the same methodical precision that had characterized his life. Shoulders straight, steps measured, no hesitation as he approached the waiting aircraft. Further investigation revealed a series of subtle financial maneuvers over the preceding 2 years. Small amounts expertly concealed within legitimate transactions. Nothing that would trigger automatic alerts, nothing that would appear suspicious to casual observation. In total, however, they amounted to a considerable sum, over $700,000, transferred through a complex network of accounts before disappearing entirely from the traceable financial system. 6 months later, an international banking alert identified a man matching Jonathan's description, opening an account in a small coastal town thousands of miles away. The photograph attached to the account showed subtle differences of beard, longer hair, tanned skin, but facial recognition software calculated a 92% probability match. By then, Detective Reeves had moved on to other cases. The Mills investigation remained officially open but inactive. She kept the file in her desk drawer, occasionally reviewing the notes during quiet moments between more pressing matters. Sometimes, on particularly difficult days, she found herself wondering about the man who had so carefully orchestrated his own disappearance. Had he found what he was looking for? Had the meticulous planning resulted in the freedom he sought? Or had he discovered that one cannot escape oneself, even after traveling thousands of miles under a new identity? The rental car remained in police impound for 1 year before being released back to the company. It was thoroughly cleaned, serviced, and returned to the airport fleet. Its GPS system was reset to factory settings, erasing all traces of its previous journeys. Within days, another traveler adjusted its seat, started its engine, and drove away with no awareness of the role this ordinary white sedan had played in an extraordinary disappearance. The stone with the etched coordinates remained in an evidence box, one small puzzle piece in a mystery that would never be fully solved. A deliberate breadcrumb left by a man who wanted someone, eventually, to understand that he hadn't vanished, he had simply chosen a different destination. Story 4, the afternoon sun filtered through the blinds of Olivia Mason's kitchen, casting tiger-striped shadows across the granite countertop. She moved with the unhurried rhythm of someone without pressing concerns, her fingertips tracing the edge of her empty coffee cup. The local news hummed softly in the background, a familiar anchor's voice rising and falling like gentle waves against the shore of her attention. Outside, the wind rustled through the maple trees that lined her quiet suburban street in Millfield, Connecticut. Olivia's day had been unremarkable until that moment. Now, as she held the small plastic card between her trembling fingers, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Her driver's license reflected the kitchen light, making the laminate surface gleam. Everything about it was familiar. The blue background, the identification number, her name printed in black sans serif font. But the face staring back at her belonged to someone else entirely. A woman with sharp features and dark eyes gazed at the camera. Her hair, a shade darker than Olivia's honey blonde, was pulled back severely. The stranger's expression was neutral, almost practiced, as if she had perfected the art of being forgettable. Yet there was something in those eyes, a quiet intensity that made Olivia's skin prickle with unease. Detective Sarah Morgan set her coffee mug down carefully on the wooden desk that had been hers for 11 years. The station hummed with the subdued energy of a Tuesday morning phones ringing distantly, the soft murmur of conversation from the break room, the occasional squeak of shoes against the linoleum floor. She opened the manila folder that had been placed in her inbox, glancing at the initial report with the mild curiosity of someone who had seen nearly everything in her 23 years on the force. The case seemed simple enough at first glance. A woman reported her wallet stolen from Lucia's, an upscale Italian restaurant downtown. The wallet was returned the next day through the restaurant's lost and found. Nothing appeared to be missing. Credit cards, cash, membership cards, all accounted for. But the driver's license had been replaced with a counterfeit bearing a different person's photograph. Sarah's interest deepened as she read further. The victim, Olivia Mason, 34, worked as a data analyst at MedTech Solutions, a mid-sized healthcare software company. No criminal record, no known enemies. Single, lived alone in a house she'd inherited from her grandmother 3 years ago. Nothing about her life suggested she would be the target of such a peculiar crime. The detective's fingers hovered over her keyboard, the gentle tapping of keys punctuating the quiet of the morning as she began to search databases for similar incidents. Something about this case tugged at her, a loose thread that, if pulled, might unravel into something more significant than a simple theft. 3 similar cases had been reported across the state in the past 8 months. In each instance, the victim had their wallet briefly stolen, only to have it returned with a driver's license featuring a different person's photograph. The faces were always different, but the modus operandi remained consistent. None of the victims knew each other, and none had any obvious connections. The rain began to fall as Sarah drove to Olivia Mason's house, soft droplets pattering against the windshield in an irregular rhythm. The detective's mind processed the information she had gathered, trying to form connections between disparate pieces. Why would someone go through the trouble of creating a fake ID without using it for financial gain? What was the purpose of replacing the photograph but keeping all other information intact? Olivia's living room was meticulously organized, books arranged by color on built-in shelves, throw pillows perfectly positioned on a gray sectional sofa. She sat perched on the edge of an armchair, her posture rigid, hands clasped tightly in her lap. The driver's license lay on the coffee table between them, the stranger's face looking up at the ceiling. "I know it sounds crazy," Olivia said, her voice barely above a whisper, "but I feel like I'm being watched, like this is some kind of message." Sarah picked up the license, examining it under the warm light of a nearby lamp. The quality of the forgery was exceptional, the holographic elements, the microprinting, even the slight texture of the plastic felt authentic. This was not the work of an amateur. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Anyone paying special attention to you, either at work or in your personal life?" Olivia's gaze drifted toward the window where rain now streamed down in rivulets. "Not really. I mean, I'm pretty routine. Work, home, occasionally dinner with friends." She paused, a crease forming between her eyebrows. "Although..." Sarah leaned forward slightly, her pen poised above her notepad. "There was a woman at the restaurant that night. She was sitting alone at the bar, and I caught her looking at me several times. I didn't think much of it at the time." "Can you describe her?" Olivia closed her eyes, trying to recall. Dark hair, maybe in her 40s. She was wearing a blue blazer, I think, professional looking. The description was vague, but it was a start. Sarah made a note to request security footage from Lucia's. Perhaps the cameras had captured the woman at the bar, or even the moment when Olivia's wallet was taken. As weeks passed, the investigation progressed in small increments. The security footage from Lucia's revealed a woman matching Olivia's description, though her face was never clearly visible to the camera. She appeared to leave shortly after Olivia, but there was no definitive evidence of theft. The forensic analysis of the driver's license yielded no fingerprints other than Olivia's. The photograph itself appeared to be a professional headshot, possibly taken from a company website or social media profile, but extensive database searches returned no matches. Sarah found herself thinking about the case even during her off hours, the details circling in her mind like leaves caught in an eddy. There was something deliberate about these incidents, a precision that suggested planning rather than opportunity. The breakthrough came unexpectedly through a routine check of recent arrests. A woman named Alina Vance had been detained for shoplifting at a department store in Hartford. During processing, officers discovered multiple driver's licenses in her possession, all featuring different names, but with Alina's photograph. When Sarah interviewed Alina at the county jail, she was struck by the woman's composure. Alina sat with perfect posture, her hands folded neatly on the metal table, her eyes dark and penetrating, fixed on Sarah's face. "I'm curious about the driver's licenses we found in your possession," Sarah began, keeping her tone conversational. Alina's expression remained unchanged. "What about them?" "They're all quite convincing forgeries, and they all have your photograph but different names." A small smile curved Alina's lips. "Everyone needs a hobby, detective." "Is that what this is to you, a hobby?" Alina leaned forward slightly. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be someone else, to step into another person's life, even for a moment?" Sarah felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. "We've found cases where people's IDs were stolen and returned with a different photograph. Would you know anything about that?" Alina's smile widened. "Identity is such a fragile thing, isn't it? So much of who we are is tied to pieces of plastic and paper." As the interview continued, Sarah began to understand the pattern. Alina was part of a small group that called themselves the Exchangers. Their practice involved temporarily assuming others' identities not for financial gain, but for the psychological thrill. They would select a target, study their routine, then execute the switch. The replacement of the photograph with a different face was meant to create a sense of violation, a disruption of the victim's sense of self. "We give them a gift, really," Alina explained, her voice soft and melodic. "For a brief moment, they question everything they know about themselves. It's quite liberating once you embrace it." The investigation eventually identified 5 members of the Exchangers, including the woman who had targeted Olivia Mason. They were charged with identity theft, forgery, and conspiracy, though their motives remained incomprehensible to those outside their circle. For Olivia, the resolution of the case brought a mixture of relief and lingering unease. The knowledge that she had been selected, studied, and deliberately targeted left her with a persistent feeling of vulnerability. She installed new locks, changed her routines, and began the process of reclaiming her sense of security. Detective Sarah Morgan filed her final report on a Thursday afternoon, the case officially closed. Yet as she placed the folder in the cabinet, she couldn't shake the memory of Alina Vance's parting words during their last interview. "We all wear masks, detective. Some are just more visible than others." In the quiet of her kitchen, Olivia sometimes found herself taking out her new driver's license, the one with her own face restored, and studying it in the fading light. She would trace the outline of her features with her finger, reassuring herself of her own identity. But occasionally, just for a moment, she would catch a glimpse of her reflection in the window and wonder if the person looking back was really her at all. Story 5. The gravel crunched softly beneath her tires as Sarah Morgan's car wound its way up the narrow mountain road. Autumn leaves spiraled down in the amber light of late afternoon, dancing across her windshield before disappearing into the dense forest that pressed in from both sides. The rental cabin, a secluded A-frame nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, was supposed to be her sanctuary for the weekend, a place to decompress after months of grueling work deadlines and the messy aftermath of her divorce. The property management company had been clear in their instructions. Check-in was at 4 p.m., no earlier. The cleaning crew would be finishing up until then. Sarah had timed her 3-hour drive perfectly, pulling into the small clearing that served as a driveway at precisely 4:05 p.m. The cabin stood silent before her, its dark wooden exterior blending into the surrounding pines, large windows reflecting the dying sunlight. She stepped out of her car, breathing in the crisp mountain air that carried the faint scent of pine needles and wood smoke. Something felt off immediately, a stillness that seemed too complete, too intentional. The cleaning crew's vehicle was nowhere to be seen, which struck her as odd given that they should have just finished. Perhaps they had already left. Sarah retrieved her weekend bag from the trunk and made her way up the stone path to the front door. The key was where it was supposed to be, hidden in a small lockbox attached to the railing. She punched in the code the management company had provided, and the box clicked open. The metal key was cold against her fingertips as she slid it into the lock. The door swung open with a gentle creak. Sarah reached for the light switch, and warm light flooded the open concept living area. That's when she noticed the first discrepancy. The cabin wasn't just clean, it was lived in. A plush throw blanket was draped casually over the arm of the leather sofa. A novel lay open, face down on the coffee table, its spine creased from use. The fireplace contained the gray ashes of a recent fire, a few embers still glowing faintly orange in the grate. "Hello," Sarah called out, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet space. No response came. She moved cautiously into the kitchen area, where the sight that greeted her made her stop short. The refrigerator door stood slightly ajar, a soft light spilling out from inside. When she pulled it open, she found it fully stocked fresh produce, milk, eggs, a bottle of white wine, and containers of what looked like home-cooked meals. On the counter beside the refrigerator sat a mug, steam still rising from what appeared to be freshly brewed coffee. Sarah reached out to touch the ceramic surface. It was warm. Someone had been here, someone might still be here. The revelation sent a chill down her spine. She pulled out her phone to call the property management company, but the screen showed no service. The cabin's listing had mentioned spotty cell reception, with a landline available for emergencies. Sarah's eyes darted to the corner of the kitchen counter where a vintage rotary phone sat. She picked up the receiver and pressed it to her ear. The line was dead. Detective James Harmon arrived at the cabin 2 days later, on Monday morning. The early October sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows across the crime scene tape that now surrounded the property. He had been called in from Asheville after a cleaning service arrived to find the cabin in disarray and Sarah Morgan missing. Harmon was a methodical man, known in the department for his attention to detail and calm demeanor. 23 years on the force had taught him that most mysteries had logical explanations, though they were often harder to uncover than television shows would have you believe. He stood in the cabin's kitchen, notepad in hand, surveying the scene. "Walk me through it again," he said to Officer Collins, the first responder who had secured the scene. Collins flipped open his own notebook. Property management company received a complaint on Saturday morning from Ms. Morgan, saying someone else seemed to be using the cabin. They told her there must be some mistake, that no one else was booked for the weekend. They offered to send someone out to check, but she declined, saying she'd be fine. "And that was the last contact?" Harmon asked, his pen hovering above his notepad. "Yes, sir. The cleaning service came in this morning to prepare for the next guests and found the place like this. No sign of Ms. Morgan, but her car is still here, and so is her luggage." Harmon moved slowly through the cabin, taking in the details. The coffee mug still sat on the counter, though empty now. The refrigerator remained stocked with food. The novel on the coffee table was gone, but in its place was a folded newspaper from 3 days prior. Most concerning was the small smear of what appeared to be dried blood on the bathroom doorframe, about waist height. "Did the management company say when the cabin was last occupied?" Harmon asked. "That's the thing," Collins replied, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "According to their records, it hadn't been rented in 2 weeks. The cleaning crew came through after the last guests, and the place should have been empty until Ms. Morgan arrived." Harmon nodded slowly, processing this information. He moved to the bedroom where Sarah's suitcase lay open on a luggage rack, clothes neatly folded inside, seemingly untouched. The bed was made with crisp linens, corners tucked with hotel precision. On the nightstand lay a leather-bound journal that hadn't belonged to Sarah, according to the property manager. Harmon slipped on latex gloves before carefully opening it. The journal contained handwritten entries dating back 6 months. The handwriting was neat, almost methodical, clearly not hurried or distressed. The entries detailed observations about the cabin, the surrounding woods, and occasional visitors. The final entry was dated the day before Sarah's arrival. "New guest coming tomorrow. Will observe from a distance this time." Detective Harmon felt the subtle shift in the case beneath his feet. What had appeared to be a possible missing person situation was transforming into something more calculated, more disturbing. Someone had been watching the cabin, perhaps living in it between rentals, moving out temporarily when guests arrived, only to return once they departed. But this time they had stayed. The investigation expanded over the following days. Forensics teams combed through the cabin and the surrounding woods. They found a makeshift campsite roughly a quarter-mile from the property, a small tent cleverly concealed among dense undergrowth, along with a cache of supplies. Bottled water, non-perishable food, binoculars, and several notebooks filled with the same handwriting found in the journal at the cabin. Sarah Morgan's face appeared on local news broadcasts, then national ones. Her family offered a reward for information. Detective Harmon received dozens of tips, most leading nowhere. But on the 7th day of the investigation, a hiker reported finding a woman's hiking boot near a stream approximately 3 miles from the cabin. The boot matched the description of the pair Sarah had packed for her weekend getaway. The stream led to a small waterfall that cascaded into a rocky pool below. It was there, beneath the cold, clear water, partially wedged between 2 large boulders, that they found Sarah Morgan's body. The medical examiner determined she had been dead for approximately 6 days. The cause of death was drowning, but there was evidence of a blow to the head that would have rendered her unconscious first. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Harmon received a call from a sheriff's department in Tennessee. They had arrested a man for trespassing in a vacation property similar to the cabin where Sarah had stayed. When they ran his fingerprints, they matched those found throughout the cabin in North Carolina. The man's name was Edward Keller, a former real estate agent who had lost his license and his livelihood during the economic downturn of 2009. Keller's subsequent confession revealed a disturbing pattern. For nearly 2 years, he had been living nomadically, moving between vacant vacation rentals throughout the Appalachian region. He had developed a system for determining when properties would be empty and how to access them without detection. He kept meticulous notes on the cleaning schedules, management check-ins, and booking calendars, which he accessed through various means, including dumpster diving for discarded information and impersonating potential renters to gather details. What he hadn't planned for was Sarah Morgan's early arrival on that Friday afternoon. According to Keller, he had been in the process of clearing out his temporary residence when she pulled up. He hid in the bedroom closet, intending to slip out when she was distracted. But Sarah had sensed another presence in the cabin and began searching room by room. When she discovered him, he panicked and struck her with a heavy flashlight he had been carrying. Detective Harmon sat in the witness box 15 months later, testifying at Keller's trial. As he recounted the details of the investigation, his eyes occasionally drifted to the empty chair where Sarah Morgan's family sat day after day, seeking closure and justice for a weekend getaway that had ended in tragedy. The cabin still stands in the Blue Ridge Mountains, though it no longer appears on rental websites. Locals say it remains vacant, its windows dark even on the brightest days. Some claim that on quiet nights, when the wind blows just right through the trees, you can hear the soft clink of a coffee mug being placed on a counter, a sound that echoes through the empty rooms, a ghostly reminder of an uninvited guest who stayed too long. Story 6. It was her first night in the new place, and everything seemed fine until she noticed a closet door slightly open. Inside, hanging neatly, were men's jackets, freshly pressed. The landlord had told her the last tenant had moved out, so why were his things still there? The quiet hum of the refrigerator was the only sound in Rebecca Larson's new apartment as she unpacked her final box of belongings. Outside, the autumn dusk had settled over the small New England town of Millfield, casting long shadows through the half-dressed windows. A gentle rain had begun to fall, creating a soothing patter against the glass that seemed to whisper welcome to the newest resident of the Parkview Apartments. Rebecca had moved to Millfield for a teaching position at the local community college. The apartment was perfect, affordable, close to campus, and with just enough character to feel like home. The hardwood floors creaked pleasantly beneath her feet as she moved from room to room, arranging her possessions and imagining the life she would build here. Detective Thomas Mercer would later note in his official report that Rebecca's first 24 hours in apartment 4B passed without incident. It was only on the second evening, as she was hanging her clothes in the bedroom closet, that she first sensed something wasn't quite right. The closet was unusually deep, extending back farther than seemed necessary for a one-bedroom apartment. As Rebecca pushed her summer dresses toward the back to make room for her winter coats, her fingers brushed against something that shouldn't have been their fabric that wasn't hers. Pushing aside her clothes, she discovered 3 men's suit jackets hanging neatly on wooden hangers. They were expensive-looking, well-maintained, and smelled faintly of cedar and cologne. Rebecca stood motionless, her hand still touching the sleeve of one jacket. The landlord, Mr. Kavanaugh, had assured her that the previous tenant had vacated the property completely. She had even received the apartment professionally claimed before her arrival, so why would someone's clothes remain? That night, Rebecca called her sister in Boston. Maybe they were just forgotten, her sister suggested reasonably. Call the landlord tomorrow and ask him to remove them. Rebecca agreed, but something about those jackets, the way they were positioned so deliberately, not forgotten but placed, left her feeling unsettled. She closed the closet door firmly before going to bed, but found herself waking several times during the night, certain she had heard it creaking open. The following morning, Rebecca called Mr. Kavanaugh. Previous tenant's clothes, no, that can't be right, he said, his voice crackling through the phone. James cleared everything out when he left. I supervised the move myself. James, Rebecca asked. It was the first time she'd heard the previous tenant's name. James Whittaker, Mr. Kavanaugh said. Nice young man, quiet, kept to himself. Lived here for about 3 years before moving out west for work. California, I think he said. Rebecca described the jackets, and Mr. Kavanaugh promised to stop by that afternoon to remove them. But when he arrived and Rebecca led him to the closet, the jackets were gone. "Are you sure they were here?" Mr. Kavanaugh asked, peering into the now empty back section of the closet. Rebecca felt a chill travel up her spine. Yes, 3 suit jackets, they were right here. Mr. Kavanaugh's expression shifted from confusion to concern. "Look, Miss Larson, moving can be stressful. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're in new surroundings." But Rebecca knew what she had seen. After Mr. Kavanaugh left, she searched the entire apartment, looking for any sign of the missing jackets or where they might have been moved to. She found nothing unusual, except that the apartment felt different somehow, as if the space itself was holding its breath. 3 days passed without incident. Rebecca began to settle into her routine, teaching her literature classes during the day and grading papers in the evening. She almost convinced herself that she had imagined the jackets until she noticed something else. A book on her shelf that didn't belong to her. It was a well-worn copy of Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, with dog-eared pages and margin notes in an unfamiliar handwriting. Rebecca was certain she hadn't unpacked it. She owned a different edition of the novel, one with a blue cover rather than this faded red paperback. This time, instead of calling the landlord, Rebecca decided to learn more about James Whittaker. A quick online search revealed no social media presence, no professional profiles. It was as if James Whittaker existed only in the spaces he had left behind. On her way home from campus the following day, Rebecca stopped at a small coffee shop across from her apartment building. The barista, a friendly woman named Diane who looked to be in her 60s, recognized Rebecca as a new face. "Just moved into Parkview?" Diane asked as she prepared Rebecca's latte. Rebecca nodded. "Apartment 4B. Diane's hands paused briefly over the coffee machine. 4B, that was James's place. "You knew him?" Rebecca asked, suddenly alert. "Everyone knew James," Diane said, her voice softening. "Such a shame what happened." The detective's report would later detail how Rebecca learned the truth about James Whittaker that afternoon, sitting at a corner table as rain streaked the coffee shop windows. James hadn't moved to California as Mr. Kavanaugh had claimed. 6 months earlier, James Whittaker had been found dead in his car at the bottom of Miller's Creek, just outside of town. The official ruling was suicide, but there were whispers around town, whispers about a man who had no reason to take his own life, about inconsistencies in the investigation, about how quickly the case was closed. "The strangest thing," Diane said, leaning closer across the table, "was that they never found his wallet or his phone. And James always carried 3 things with him: his wallet, his phone, and his house keys." That night, Rebecca couldn't sleep. She sat in her living room, James's living room, with the lights on until dawn. The apartment felt charged with an energy she couldn't explain, as if the walls were watching her, waiting for her to understand something important. When she finally did sleep, she dreamed of opening doors that led to more doors, each one revealing empty rooms where someone should have been. The next morning, Rebecca called in sick to work. Instead of teaching, she visited the local police station and asked to speak with someone about James Whittaker's case. She was directed to Detective Thomas Mercer, a man with tired eyes and a cautious manner who agreed to meet with her only after she mentioned she was living in James's former apartment. "I don't usually discuss closed cases with civilians," Detective Mercer said as they sat in a small interview room. "But since you're living there now, I suppose you have a right to know if something's bothering you." Rebecca told him about the jackets, the book, and what she had learned from Diane. Detective Mercer listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. When she finished, he opened a drawer in his desk and removed a thin file. "James Whittaker's death was ruled a suicide," he said, flipping through the pages. "His car went into Miller's Creek on a rainy night. The medical examiner determined he had been drinking. There were no signs of foul play." "But," Rebecca prompted, sensing his hesitation. Detective Mercer closed the file, "But I never liked how quickly the case was wrapped up. James had no history of depression, no financial problems, no recent breakups or losses. He was well-liked, stable, employed as an accountant at a firm in the next town over. And his personal belongings weren't found," Rebecca added. "No," Mercer agreed. "No wallet, no phone. We assumed they were lost in the creek." "What about his keys?" A shadow crossed Mercer's face. His keys were in the ignition of the car. Rebecca felt a chill that had nothing to do with the police station's air conditioning. So how did the landlord get in to clean out his apartment? The detective's report, filed later that week, would note that this simple question led to the reopening of James Whittaker's case. Mr. Kavanaugh, when questioned again, admitted that he had never actually seen James leave town. He had received a text message, presumably from James, saying he was moving and would leave the keys in the mailbox. The apartment had been cleared out when Mr. Kavanaugh checked it. A week later, he had assumed James had moved his belongings himself. Forensic technicians returned to apartment 4B, where Rebecca had been staying with a friend since her meeting with Detective Mercer. They found traces of blood, microscopic amounts that had seeped between the floorboards and had been missed in the initial cursory inspection of the apartment after James was found dead. They also found something else, James's wallet and phone, hidden in a small compartment behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom closet, the same closet where Rebecca had first seen the jackets. The phone contained text messages sent after James's death, including the one to Mr. Kavanaugh about moving away. It also contained photos of James with a man named Eric Folsom, a coworker at the accounting firm who had been helping James investigate financial irregularities in one of their major clients' accounts. Eric Folsom had disappeared 3 days after James's death. His credit card was last used to purchase a plane ticket to Mexico. He was now the primary suspect in what had been reclassified as a homicide investigation. As for the jackets and the book that had appeared and disappeared in Rebecca's apartment, Detective Mercer had no explanation to offer. The official report made no mention of them at all. 6 months later, Eric Folsom was apprehended trying to cross the border back into the United States. Evidence found on James's phone led to the discovery of a large-scale money laundering operation that had been running through the accounting firm. Eric confessed to killing James in apartment 4B after James had threatened to go public with what they had discovered. Rebecca never moved back to apartment 4B sometimes, on rainy evenings when the wind blows a certain way through the trees of Millfield. She thinks about those jackets, how they appeared as if waiting to be claimed, how they vanished when someone else came looking, how they seem to be reaching out, seeking justice from beyond the veil that separates the living from those who have passed on but are not yet at rest. The apartment at Parkview remains vacant to this day. Mr. Kavanaugh claims it's because of the housing market, but the residents of Millfield know better. They say that sometimes, if you walk past the building at dusk, you can see someone standing at the window of 4B, looking out a silhouette in a well-pressed suit jacket, watching, waiting for someone to notice that something isn't quite right. Story 7, she checked her inbox like always. Scrolling past the spam, she stopped. A message from her own email address. The subject line was short, "Don't go outside." Sarah Parker's fingers hovered over her keyboard, the soft blue light of her laptop screen casting shadows across her face. Outside, the autumn rain tapped against her window in a gentle, persistent rhythm. It was 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday in October, and the small apartment was quiet except for the occasional creak of the old building settling into the night. The email had arrived exactly 3 minutes ago. The cursor blinked as Sarah hesitated. In her 15 years as a court reporter, she had developed an instinct for trouble. This email sent from her own address felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. She glanced at her phone, considered calling someone, then looked back at the screen. With a deep breath that seemed to fill the silent room, she clicked. The message contained only 5 words. They know what you transcribed. Detective Marcus Reed rubbed his tired eyes as he reviewed the case file the next morning. The rain continued outside the precinct windows, creating a gray filter through which the city appeared distant and muted. The desk lamp cast a warm circle of light on the scattered papers before him. Sarah Parker's statement lay on top, written in the precise handwriting of someone who had spent years capturing other people's words. She received the email at 11:44 p.m., his partner, Detective Elena Vasquez, said quietly as she placed a cup of coffee beside him. By 8:30 a.m. she was gone. Neighbors saw her leaving with a small suitcase, no sign of forced entry, no indication of a struggle. Reed nodded slowly, his finger tracing the edge of the statement. And this transcript she mentioned, the one from the Donovan hearing. Vasquez sat down, the chair creaking softly under her weight. Court clerk says it was a closed-door session. Judge Bernard presiding. Something about a witness in the Donovan case who needed protection. Did she say who the witness was? No, but she did make a digital copy of the transcript. It's not in her apartment, not on her computer. We're checking her cloud storage now. Reed leaned back, the familiar weight of a new case settling into his shoulders. Sarah Parker had been the court reporter for Judge Bernard's courtroom for the past 8 years. Reliable, meticulous, and according to her colleagues, completely unremarkable until yesterday. The Donovan case had seemed straightforward at first glance. Martin Donovan, a mid-level accountant at Crestwood Financial, charged with embezzlement. But as Reed and Vasquez began to dig deeper, the case began to shift and change like shadows in a darkened room. Donovan's lawyer has been trying to reach him since yesterday afternoon, Vasquez said, her voice almost blending with the sound of rain against the windows. No response. Reed picked up a photograph from the file, Sarah Parker's driver's license photo. A woman in her 40s, brown hair pulled back, serious eyes looking directly at the camera. Nothing in her expression suggested someone who would suddenly vanish. The email, Reed said slowly, could have been spoofed, made to look like it came from her own address. Tech is working on it, Vasquez replied, but why warn herself and why run? 3 days passed with no sign of Sarah Parker. Her apartment remained untouched, her car still parked in its designated spot. The digital copy of the transcript remained elusive, hidden behind passwords and encryption that the department's tech specialists struggled to break. On the fourth day, as the rain finally cleared and weak sunlight filtered through the precinct windows, Reed received a call. A package had arrived at the front desk, addressed to him personally. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note, "The truth is in what wasn't said." The drive contained a single audio file, the raw recording from the Donovan hearing. As Reed and Vasquez listened, the voices of Judge Bernard, the lawyers, and Martin Donovan filled the small conference room. The conversation followed the expected pattern of a routine hearing until there was a pause, a moment of silence that lasted just long enough to be noticeable. "Play it again," Reed said, leaning forward. "That section right after the judge asks about the evidence." They listened again. In the silence, almost imperceptible, was the sound of paper being passed across a table. Words exchanged too quietly for the microphone to catch. "Something happened off the record," Vasquez said, her voice barely above a whisper. Reed nodded slowly, and Sarah Parker was the only one who would have noticed. The investigation shifted direction. Judge Bernard's financial records revealed irregular deposits beginning 6 months earlier. Martin Donovan's case had been one of 17 that had passed through Bernard's courtroom in which evidence had mysteriously weakened or disappeared, and Sarah Parker had been the court reporter for all of them. On the 7th day, as Reed sat alone in his office reviewing the files again, his computer chimed. A new email had arrived from Sarah Parker's address. The subject line read, "Now you know." The message contained only a location and address for a small storage facility on the outskirts of town. Inside Unit 247, they found a carefully organized collection of evidence, copies of the altered transcripts, recordings, and a journal detailing Sarah's gradual realization that Judge Bernard was systematically obstructing justice in cases involving certain defendants. Sarah Parker herself was nowhere to be found. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Her passport had not been used. It was as if she had simply dissolved into the autumn air. 2 weeks later, Judge Bernard was arrested on charges of obstruction of justice and accepting bribes. Martin Donovan agreed to testify against a network of financial criminals who had been paying to have their cases handled by Bernard's courtroom. The careful system of corruption unraveled slowly, revealing threads that led to places higher than anyone had anticipated. As winter approached, Reed continued to search for Sarah Parker. Her name appeared on no passenger manifests, no hotel registrations, no rental agreements. The only trace of her existence was the occasional email sent from her address, always brief, always containing a new piece of evidence that helped build the case against the corruption she had uncovered. "Do you think we'll ever find her?" Vasquez asked one evening as they closed another day of investigation. Reed looked out at the city lights, now reflected in the puddles left by the season's first snow. "I think she doesn't want to be found," he said quietly. "I think she knew exactly what she was doing when she disappeared." The last email arrived on the day of Judge Bernard's arraignment. It contained no text, only an image, a newspaper clipping about the case, photographed against the background of a cafe table. In the blurred reflection of the window beside the table, a woman with brown hair pulled back could be seen, her face turned away from the camera. Sarah Parker had become a ghost, present only in the evidence she had left behind and the justice she had set in motion. Sometimes, Reed thought, the most powerful witness is the one who disappears, leaving only the truth in their wake. The case file remained open, but as the months passed, it gathered dust on a shelf in the precinct storage room. The story of the court reporter who exposed a corrupt judge became a whispered legend among the courthouse staff. And somewhere, perhaps, Sarah Parker was starting a new life, carrying with her the knowledge that sometimes the most important words are the ones that are never spoken aloud. The emails from her own address had stopped, but the echo of her warning, "Don't go outside," had transformed into something else entirely. A reminder that sometimes the most dangerous truths are the ones we carry within ourselves. Story 8. After a long day at school, her son walked in, dropped his backpack, and went straight to his room. Routine, normal, but when she called out to him, something in his voice felt off. She peeked into his room, her heart pounding. The boy sitting on the bed looked exactly like her son, but his eyes weren't the same. The small town of Millfield had always prided itself on being a safe haven for families. Streets lined with maple trees that turned brilliant shades of amber and crimson each fall, neighborhood potlucks where everyone knew everyone, and a school system that still allowed children to walk home alone. It was here on Sycamore Lane that the Henderson family had built their life. David, Laura, and their 10-year-old son, Nathan. October in Millfield brought with it a gentle chill, leaves crunching underfoot and the faint scent of wood smoke hanging in the air. Laura Henderson stood at her kitchen window, absently stirring a pot of homemade soup, watching the neighborhood children making their way home from school. The light was beginning to soften, casting long shadows across her freshly polished hardwood floors. She checked the clock hanging above the refrigerator. 3:15. Nathan would be home any minute now. The familiar sound of the front door opening and closing echoed through the house. The thump of a backpack hitting the floor in the entryway followed, then footsteps padding down the hallway. Laura smiled to herself, comforted by the predictable rhythm of their daily routine. "Hey, sweetie," she called out, her voice warm and maternal. "How was school today?" "Fine," came the reply, slightly muted as Nathan passed by the kitchen doorway and continued toward his bedroom. Laura paused, the wooden spoon hovering above the pot. Something in his voice didn't sound quite right, a subtle difference in pitch perhaps, or a cadence that seemed just slightly off. It was probably nothing, she told herself. Maybe he was tired or coming down with a cold. "I made your favorite soup," she called out again. "It'll be ready in about half an hour." "Okay," the voice replied from down the hall. Laura set down her spoon and wiped her hands on a dish towel. A strange, unsettling feeling began to creep up her spine, the kind of instinctual response that mothers develop, an internal alarm that something might be wrong with their child. She walked slowly down the hallway, her footsteps quiet against the carpet runner. Nathan's door was partially open. Through the gap, she could see him sitting on the edge of his bed, still wearing his blue jacket and red sneakers. His hair fell across his forehead in that familiar way, and his profile was unmistakably Nathan's, the same slightly upturned nose, the same rounded chin. "Everything all right?" Laura asked softly, pushing the door open a little wider. The boy turned to look at her, and Laura felt her breath catch in her throat. His face was Nathan's face, every feature exactly as it should be, but his eyes were different. Nathan's eyes were a warm hazel, with flecks of gold that caught the light when he smiled. But these eyes were darker, somehow emptier, lacking the spark of recognition that should have been there when he looked at his mother. Yes, he said, his voice carefully measured. I'm just tired. Laura forced a smile, her heart hammering in her chest. Would you like a snack before dinner? No, thank you, he replied politely, too politely for Nathan, who usually asked for cookies or chips the moment he got home. All right then, she said, backing away slowly. I'll call you when dinner's ready. She closed the door gently and leaned against the wall in the hallway, trying to make sense of what she had just seen. Was she imagining things? Was this some kind of maternal paranoia? She took a deep breath and returned to the kitchen, her mind racing. Detective Marcus Reeves of the Millfield Police Department had been enjoying a relatively quiet afternoon when the call came in. The station was small, just 3 full-time officers and a part-time administrator for a town of barely 5,000 people. Most days involved nothing more serious than speeding tickets and the occasional drunk and disorderly from the Rusty Nail, the town's only bar. Detective, said Officer Jenny Collins, poking her head into his office, there's a woman on line 2. Says it's urgent, something about her son. Reeves picked up the phone, pressing the blinking button. Detective Reeves speaking. The woman on the other end was trying to keep her voice steady, but he could hear the tremor of fear underneath her words. This is Laura Henderson from Sycamore Lane. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need help. The boy in my house, he looks exactly like my son Nathan, but he's not my son. Reeves had heard many strange claims in his 15 years on the force, but this one gave him pause. Mrs. Henderson, he said carefully, what makes you think he's not your son? His eyes are different, she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. And the way he speaks, the way he moves, it's all slightly off. I know my son, Detective, this boy. He's wearing Nathan's clothes. He has Nathan's face, but he is not my Nathan. Under normal circumstances, Reeves might have politely suggested that Mrs. Henderson was overthinking things, perhaps even recommended she speak with someone at the community health center. But something in her voice, the clarity despite her fear, made him take her seriously. Is the boy still in the house with you now? He asked. Yes, she whispered. He's watching TV in the living room. I told him I was calling about a PTA meeting. Don't confront him, Reeves advised. Act normal. I'll be there in 15 minutes. True to his word, Detective Reeves arrived at the Henderson home 14 minutes later, parking his unmarked car a few houses down. Laura Henderson met him at the door, her face pale but composed. She led him quietly into the kitchen, where they could speak without being overheard. He's still watching TV, she said, her voice barely audible. I gave him some cookies and milk, Nathan's favorite. He said thank you and took them, but he hasn't eaten a single one. Nathan would have devoured them by now. Reeves nodded, taking notes in a small black notebook. Has he asked for anything specific, made any unusual requests? Laura shook her head. No, he's been very quiet, too quiet for Nathan, and there's something else. She hesitated, as if afraid that saying it aloud would make it real. When I hugged him earlier, trying to test my theory, he hugged me back, but it felt mechanical, like he was copying what he thought a hug should be. The detective closed his notebook. I'd like to speak with him if that's all right with you. Laura nodded and led him into the living room, where the boy sat cross-legged on the carpet, watching a cartoon with vacant attention. He looked up as they entered, his dark eyes scanning Detective Reeves with what seemed like calculation rather than curiosity. Nathan, Laura said, her voice admirably steady, this is Detective Reeves. He'd like to ask you a few questions about something that happened at school today. The boy nodded, his expression carefully neutral. Okay. Reeves sat down in an armchair across from him, maintaining a casual demeanor. So, Nathan, did anything unusual happen on your way home from school today? The boy hesitated for just a fraction of a second too long. No, nothing unusual. Are you sure? Mrs. Wilson from down the street thought she saw someone talking to kids near the playground. I didn't see anyone, the boy replied smoothly. Reeves nodded, then asked suddenly, "What's your dog's name again?" The boy blinked. Rex. Laura's hand flew to her mouth. They had never owned a dog. Over the next 48 hours, the Millfield Police Department, with assistance from state authorities, pieced together a disturbing sequence of events. The real Nathan Henderson had never made it home from school that Tuesday afternoon. Security camera footage from a gas station near the school showed him being approached by a woman in a gray sedan at approximately 3:05 p.m. The woman appeared to show him something in her hand, possibly a phone or a photograph, before Nathan reluctantly got into her car. At 3:14 p.m., just 9 minutes later, a boy who looked remarkably like Nathan walked down Sycamore Lane, entered the Henderson home using a key from under a flower pot, and proceeded to take Nathan's place. The boy, whose real name was Alex Corbin, was 13 years old but small for his age, making him able to pass for 10. When questioned separately, he eventually revealed that he had been coached for weeks, shown photos of Nathan, taught details about the Henderson family and their home, and instructed to replace Nathan for reasons he claimed not to understand. The woman just said I needed to be Nathan for a few days, Alex explained in the sterile interview room at the police station, his voice flat and emotionless. She said no one would get hurt if I did a good job. The woman in question was identified as Elaine Corbin, Alex's mother, who had lost custody of him 3 years earlier due to neglect and substance abuse issues. Records showed that Elaine had become fixated on the Henderson family after seeing Nathan at a school function, a boy who bore a striking resemblance to her own son. Detective Reeves theorized that in her disturbed mental state, Elaine had concocted a plan to reclaim her real son by taking Nathan and leaving Alex in his place, creating a bizarre exchange that she believed would go unnoticed if executed perfectly. The real Nathan Henderson was found unharmed in a motel room 30 miles outside of Millfield. Elaine had told him his parents had been in an accident and that she was a social worker assigned to look after him temporarily. By the time police arrived, she had begun dyeing his hair to match Alex's natural darker shade. 3 months after the incident, life in Millfield had ostensibly returned to normal. The Henderson family remained in their home on Sycamore Lane, though Laura now drove Nathan to and from school each day. Alex Corbin had been placed with a foster family in another state, and Elaine awaited trial on multiple charges. But something had fundamentally changed in the quiet town. Neighbors who once left their doors unlocked now installed security systems. Children who once played freely in front yards were now supervised. And Laura Henderson, despite having her son safely returned to her, still sometimes found herself studying Nathan's eyes when he wasn't looking, reassuring herself that they were indeed the warm hazel with gold flecks that she knew so well. The case of the boy who wasn't Nathan Henderson faded from headlines, but it lingered in the collective consciousness of Millfield like a cautionary tale, a reminder that sometimes The most insidious dangers come disguised as the familiar, walking through our front doors with borrowed faces and practiced smiles. And somewhere in a different state, another mother watches her foster son with careful attention, wondering what other secrets might be hidden behind those dark, empty eyes. Story 9. Browsing an antique shop, she stumbled upon a framed black and white wedding photo. She smiled, admiring the bride's dress until she looked closer. The bride was her, but she had never seen that photo before, and the groom, she had never met him in her life. The discovery was made on a rain-soaked Tuesday afternoon in October. Meredith Lane, a 34-year-old librarian, had ducked into Holbrook's Antiques to escape an unexpected downpour. The shop smelled of furniture polish and old books, a comforting scent that reminded her of the archive room at the library where she worked. The light inside was amber-tinted, casting long shadows across cluttered shelves of curiosities and forgotten treasures. She hadn't intended to buy anything. She was merely passing time, running her fingers over the smooth surface of old wooden boxes and feeling the weight of heavy brass bookends. The wedding photograph sat on a middle shelf, nestled between a tarnished silver candlestick and a music box missing its dancer. Something about it caught her eye, perhaps the ornate silver frame, or the way the light hit the glass. When Meredith lifted it from the shelf, dust motes danced in the air around her. The frame was heavier than she expected, solid silver with an intricate floral pattern, but it was the photograph inside that made her breath catch. The bride wore a high-necked lace gown, her hair styled in loose waves beneath a delicate veil. The groom stood tall beside her, handsome in a dark suit, his hand possessively curled around her elbow. She nearly dropped the frame when recognition dawned. The bride's her face stared back at her. Not similar, not a resemblance, but her own features captured in black and white. The same small scar near her left eyebrow from a childhood accident. The same asymmetrical smile, even the way she held her shoulders. "Find something interesting," the shop owner's voice broke through her confusion. Harold Holbrook was a man in his 70s with wispy white hair and glasses that magnified his pale blue eyes. "This photograph," Meredith managed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where did it come from?" Holbrook adjusted his glasses and peered at the frame. "Ah, that one. Estate sale over in Millfield, Old Harrington Place, been closed up for decades." "Do you know who these people are?" she asked, pointing to the couple. Holbrook shook his head slowly. "No information came with it, just part of a lot. Bought the whole box for $20. Meredith purchased the photograph for $15, wrapping it carefully in her scarf before tucking it into her bag. Outside, the rain had subsided, leaving the streets slick and reflective. She walked home with a strange weight settling in her chest, a mixture of curiosity and unease. Detective James Morty was accustomed to unusual requests, but the woman sitting across from him at the precinct had a story that made him lean forward in his chair. She had brought a photograph, an old wedding portrait, and a peculiar claim. "Let me understand this correctly," he said, his pen tapping gently against his notepad. "You believe this is a photograph of you, but you have no memory of this wedding ever taking place." Meredith nodded, pushing the frame toward him. "I know how it sounds, but that's my face, that's me, and I've never seen this man before in my life." Morty studied the photograph. The resemblance was undeniable. If it wasn't Meredith Lane in the picture, it was someone who could be her twin. He made a note of the date stamped on the bottom corner of the photograph, June 3, 1957. This photo is over 60 years old, he observed. I know, Meredith replied. It could be my grandmother, but it's not. I've seen all her wedding photos, and this. She pointed to the small scar by the bride's eyebrow. I got this when I was 7 years old, fell off my bike. The detective leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly beneath him. The precinct hummed with activity around them, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, the distant sound of a coffee machine gurgling. What would you like me to do, Miss Lane? Find out who these people are, she said. Find out why someone who looks exactly like me is in a 60-year-old wedding photo with a stranger. Morty wasn't sure if this qualified as police business, but something in Meredith's steady gaze convinced him to help. He had a talent for cold cases, for picking apart forgotten stories and finding the truth beneath layers of time. The investigation began with the estate sale. The Harrington house had belonged to a Franklin Harrington, who died in 1995 with no surviving relatives. The house had remained in legal limbo until earlier that year, when it was finally cleared for sale. Records showed that Franklin had lived there alone for decades after his wife, Eleanor, passed away in 1958. Morty obtained permission to review the inventory from the estate sale. Among the listed items was Box 17, miscellaneous photographs and personal effects. The wedding photograph had been part of that lot. While he worked on tracing the photograph's origins, Meredith conducted her own research. She visited the county records office, searching through marriage certificates from 1957. There was no record of a Franklin Harrington marrying in that year. She expanded her search to surrounding counties with no success. 3 days after she brought the photograph to Morty, Meredith received a call from the detective. I found something, he said, his voice tight with an emotion she couldn't identify. Can you come to the precinct? When she arrived, Morty led her to a small conference room. On the table lay an old newspaper, yellowed with age, protected in a clear plastic sleeve. The Millfield Gazette, June 5, 1957, he said, pointing to the headline on page 3. Local man found dead, bride missing. The article detailed how Franklin Harrington, 28, had been found deceased in his home 2 days after his wedding to Eleanor Collins, 25. The cause of death was listed as a heart attack, though friends reported he had no known health issues. His new bride was nowhere to be found, and police were investigating her disappearance. Beneath the article was a photograph, the same wedding photograph that Meredith had found in the antique shop. Eleanor Collins, Morty said quietly, the missing bride. Meredith stared at the face in the newspaper, her face. What happened to her? She whispered. That's what I've been trying to find out, Morty replied. He slid another document across the table, a missing persons report filed for Eleanor Collins. She was never found. There's more, he continued, his voice dropping lower. I looked into your family history. Your maternal grandmother's maiden name was Margaret Collins. Yes, Meredith confirmed. She died before I was born. She had a sister, Morty said, Eleanor Collins, who disappeared in 1957. The revelation sent a chill through the room. Meredith's hand trembled as she reached for the newspaper. My great-aunt, but why do I look exactly like her? Sometimes family resemblances can be strong, Morty offered, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation. Over the next few weeks, they pieced together more of the story. Alina Collins had been a librarian just like Meredith. She had met Franklin Harrington at a community dance 3 months before their wedding. Friends described their courtship as rushed and intense. Some mentioned that Alina had seemed nervous in the days leading up to the wedding. The most troubling discovery came when Morty located a diary belonging to Franklin's mother. In it, she had written about her concerns regarding her son's obsession with Alina, noting that he had episodes where he would become controlling and possessive. She feared for the young woman's safety, but never voiced these concerns publicly. After Franklin's death, a thorough search was conducted for Alina. Police at the time suspected she might have fled, perhaps out of fear. Others whispered that she might have had something to do with Franklin's death, though the medical examiner had confirmed it was indeed a heart attack. As Meredith delved deeper into the mystery of her great-aunt and doppelganger, strange events began to occur. She would return home to find lights on that she was certain she had turned off, books rearranged on her shelves. Once, she found a vintage lace glove similar to one visible in the wedding photograph lying on her pillow. Morty suggested setting up a camera in her apartment which captured something unexplainable. At precisely 2:17 a.m. each night, the wedding photograph would shift slightly in its frame, as if someone had picked it up and then replaced it. "What do you think it means?" Meredith asked Morty as they reviewed the footage in her apartment. The detective had no official explanation, but the unease in his eyes matched her own. "Whatever happened to Alina," he said carefully, "I don't think her story is finished." The final piece of the puzzle arrived unexpectedly. While cleaning out an old filing cabinet at the library where she worked, Meredith discovered a letter tucked inside a book about local history. The letter was dated June 4, 1957, and signed Alina. "If anyone finds this, know that I did not leave willingly. Franklin is not who he appears to be. I discovered his secret photographs of other women who look just like me. Women who have disappeared. I fear I am next. If I do not survive, my spirit will not rest until the truth is known." Meredith and Morty returned to the Harrington house, now vacant and awaiting new owners. With permission from the real estate agent, they searched the property, focusing on areas that might not have been thoroughly examined during the estate sale. In the basement, behind a false wall that had been concealed by an old bookshelf, they discovered a small room. Inside were photographs, dozens of them of women who bore a striking resemblance to Alina Collins. Newspaper clippings detailed missing persons cases dating back to the 1940s. Each woman had disappeared without a trace. The discovery led to a reopening of Franklin Harrington's case. Modern forensic techniques revealed that his heart attack had been induced by a rare poison. Alina Collins hadn't fled, she had fought back against a predator who had targeted women who looked like her for years. The final question remained unanswered. What had happened to Alina after that night? No trace of her was ever found, despite an extensive search of the property and surrounding areas. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a photograph and a warning. Meredith returned the wedding photograph to the basement room of the Harrington house before it was sealed as a crime scene. She felt it belonged there, with the truth that had been hidden for so long. As she placed it on a shelf, she thought she caught a glimpse of movement in the glass, the bride's solemn expression softening, just slightly, into something like peace. The case of Alina Collins was officially closed, classified as a presumed homicide with the victim acting in self-defense. But for Meredith Lane, the story of the woman in the old wedding photo, her gray tint and mirror image, would never truly end. It lived on in her face, in her bloodline, and in the strange, unsettling legacy of a bride who had vanished on her wedding night, taking her secrets with her into the shadows of time. In the months that followed, Meredith would sometimes wake at exactly 2:17 a.m. with the inexplicable feeling that someone was standing at the foot of her bed watching, waiting, remembering. And in those moments between sleeping and waking, she could almost hear a woman's voice whispering, "Some stories refuse to be forgotten." Story 10. The apartment had been empty for months. The new tenants weren't expecting much when they moved in, just dust, maybe some forgotten furniture. But one door wouldn't budge. It was a closet locked from the inside. When the landlord finally forced it open, they expected old coats or junk. Instead, they found something chilling. The walls were covered in scratches, deep, uneven lines carved desperately into the wood. And in the corner, an old flip phone, its battery long dead, except for the single unread message still glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had seen many disturbing scenes throughout her career. This one, however, made the hairs on her neck stand up, not because of any blood or obvious signs of violence, but because of what those scratch marks implied. Someone had been trapped inside that small space, fighting, desperate. "We need forensics here now," she said to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already photographing the scratches, "and get me the previous tenant records." The message on the phone simply read, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, claimed the previous tenant had moved out without notice, leaving behind rent. A young woman, quiet type, kept to herself, left maybe 6 months ago. His eyes darted around, avoiding the closet, never caused trouble. Forensics revealed multiple blood samples embedded in the wall scratches. Most matched a single person, presumably the previous tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported missing by her workplace when she stopped showing up. But 2 other DNA samples were found. One remained unidentified in the system. The other belonged to someone who had supposedly been dead for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, staring at the lab report. Derek Mercer, convicted of assault 5 years ago, had reportedly died in a car accident. His dental records had confirmed the identification, yet his DNA was fresh on the closet walls. Emma's apartment told a story of interrupted life. Mail piled up, unwashed coffee mug in the sink, bed neatly made. Her phone records showed a pattern, calls with her sister twice weekly until they suddenly stopped, and dozens of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. "The sister says Emma mentioned a new boyfriend," Officer Reed reported. "Never gave a name, just said he was intense and private." Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the apartment complex showed Emma entering her building one night, followed minutes later by a man in a baseball cap, face carefully angled away from cameras. The break came when forensics found partial fingerprints on the inside doorknob of the closet prints belonging to Derek Mercer. "He faked his death," Shaw concluded. "Question is why, and what's his connection to Emma?" The unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing persons case. Lynette Porter, who disappeared 3 years prior. Her case had gone cold, but her description matched a woman neighbors had seen visiting Emma's apartment several times. Shaw pieced it together while reviewing traffic camera footage. A car registered to Derek Mercer's mother was spotted near Emma's apartment building multiple times. The The driver matched Derek's height and build. The investigation led to a remote property owned by Mercer's family. Behind heavy basement doors, they found Lynette Porter alive but severely malnourished, kept in conditions mirroring the closet where Emma had been trapped. "He made me watch," she whispered, eyes vacant. "Said I needed to learn what happens to girls who try to leave." Evidence mounted, journals detailing Mercer's obsession with control, photographs of women who matched Emma and Lynette's appearance, and most damning video recordings of Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. "She thought she could tell people about me," his voice said on the recording. "About us. Nobody reveals my secrets." The manhunt for Derek Mercer stretched across jurisdictions. While authorities searched, forensic psychologists constructed a profile that chilled investigators. Mercer didn't just want to kill, he wanted to create suffering, to watch hope drain away in confined spaces. When they finally captured him at a bus terminal, Mercer was carrying a new identity and ticket to a coastal destination. In his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping about Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor. "She sent that text message herself," he said about the phone. "She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve rescue." The trial revealed the elaborate scheme Mercer had created to fake his death, using dental records from a homeless man who matched his physical description. For 2 years, he had lived under the radar, targeting women who resembled his first victim. Emma's body was never found. Forensic evidence suggested she had eventually died in that closet, scratching desperately at walls that would never yield. The message on the phone had been her last attempt to implicate her killer. She had texted it to herself from Mercer's phone while he slept, knowing her battery would preserve it when the phone eventually shut down. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. As the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole, Mercer smiled slightly, as if the outcome satisfied some private logic only he understood. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter addressed the court. "He locked us in small spaces because that's where his mind lives, trapped in darkness. But while he rots in his cell, I'll be standing in the sun." The case transformed department protocol for missing persons investigations, particularly focusing on relationship patterns and rental property searches. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment mounted on her office wall, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying crime scenes aren't covered in blood, but in the desperate marks of someone fighting to survive. Story 11. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers, and behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and 2 children, smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. "They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image: the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "See how they're all positioned perfectly? Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position." But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them. not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera, the same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawl space in the attic hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 12. She never liked going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was filled with forgotten things, draped in dust and cobwebs. In the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, eerily detailed, its tiny furniture meticulously placed. But as she peered inside, her stomach twisted. The figures inside weren't dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure positioned exactly where they had been sitting downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. The discovery sent a chill through her body that had nothing to do with the cold draft whistling through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property the family had moved into just weeks earlier. The case began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in their living room, refusing to return upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to an unfamiliar house. "The detail is what struck me," Detective Harmon would later recall during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured something distinct about each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation shifted when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More disturbing still were microscopic cameras found embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse itself. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements over preceding days revealed an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just match where the family had been sitting that evening, they matched exact positions from different days, suggesting someone had been watching them long enough to learn their habits. "We realized we weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking," explained Detective Harmon. "The The perpetrator demonstrated a level of obsession rarely documented in criminal psychology literature. The investigation uncovered a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found a makeshift living space with evidence someone had been residing there since before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been living underneath the family for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had handled the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information. Most hadn't noticed anything unusual, though one elderly woman mentioned occasionally seeing lights in the house during its vacancy period. I assumed it was the real estate people showing the property, she told investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be living there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras, analysts discovered the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls covered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries detailed the daily routines of each family member with disturbing precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing dozens of partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records showed mounting debt after his parents' deaths. Rather than selling the house outright, he'd created the hidden living space, continuing to live there while collecting rental income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his control center, explained the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure represented someone he watched. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily calm as he described his motivation. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to make sure they were treating it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, I wanted them to know I was always watching. The psychological evaluation revealed a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't emotionally process losing his childhood home and created an elaborate system to maintain control over it. The dollhouse had become his way of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recalled the moment that haunted her most wasn't finding the dollhouse, but realizing what it meant. Someone had been watching us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The real horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was knowing that in his mind, we were just dolls to be positioned and observed. Wells was charged with multiple counts of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you invaded their sense of safety and autonomy. You observed their most private moments and recreated them for your entertainment. What makes the case particularly disturbing to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals suggested he had been living secretly within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, creating dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually found a new home far away, but Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "Some days I still feel like I'm being watched," she said. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still moving a tiny version of me around in a dollhouse I haven't discovered yet." Story 13. The hotel was cheap, outdated, the kind of place people only stayed for a night. The clerk handed her the key with a strange look. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he murmured. Curiosity gnawed at her. That night, as she made her way down the dimly lit hallway, she paused in front of it. The handle was ice cold. The door looked no different from the others until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, something breathed. Detective Morgan Reed rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she ducked under the yellow crime scene tape spanning the doorway. The smell hit her first metallic and sour, a scent she recognized immediately. Blood had soaked into the thin carpet, darkening the already murky pattern to near black. The room was a study in contradictions. Pristine bathroom, untouched bed, and then the horror of what lay between them. A young woman's body sprawled on the floor, her blonde hair fanned out like a halo. Her eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, her expression frozen in what might have been surprise or terror. Reed crouched beside the victim, careful to avoid disturbing the evidence markers that dotted the scene. "Third one this season," said the forensic technician, his voice flat with professional detachment as he photographed the body from various angles. "Same signature as the others." Reed nodded silently. The victim wore elegant clothes incongruous with this forgotten motel. A designer handbag lay open on the bedside table, contents intact. This wasn't robbery. Something else drove this killer. The hotel manager hovered nervously at the doorway, his face ashen. "She checked in alone, paid cash. I never thought." His voice broke. "The maid found her when she came to clean." Reed studied the room again. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. The woman had let her killer in or known them already. Back at the station, Reed pinned photographs to the incident board. 3 women, all with similar features, all found in cheap, out-of-the-way motels. The press had started asking questions. Whispers of a serial predator spread through the community. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No DNA under the fingernails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed frowned. "This is personal, not predatory in the traditional sense." Days blurred together as the investigation intensified. Hotel surveillance footage revealed nothing unusual. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a financial analyst with no known enemies. Her friends described her as careful, meticulous, not someone who would stay in such a place willingly. A breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she'd been seeing, the sister revealed, hands trembling around her coffee cup. Someone from work. She was secretive about it, said he was complicated. Married, I think. Reed leaned forward. Did she mention a name? She called him C, that's all she would say. The investigation shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as professional, private. None knew of any relationship, but when Reed searched Werner's desk, she found a business card tucked inside a desk calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson presented the perfect facade when questioned, concerned, helpful, appropriately distanced. His alibi seemed solid, dinner with his wife and another couple, but something in his eyes made Reed uneasy. "Did you know Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed asked casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face, so brief anyone else might have missed it. Only professionally. Later that week, forensics matched partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade cracked. "We were involved," he admitted, "but I ended it. She threatened to tell my wife." "Well, enough to kill her?" Reed asked. Emerson's expression hardened. "I never went to that motel." Yet hotel records told a different story. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. When they searched that room, they found a small camera hidden in the shared wall vent. The evidence mounted. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA appeared on a water glass in her room. And when they examined his home computer, they discovered similar recordings of the two previous victims. The pattern emerged. Emerson selected women who resembled his wife when younger. He convinced them to meet at specific motels, always choosing the room next to the last door on the left, a room he had already prepared with surveillance equipment. He recorded their encounters, then returned later to eliminate the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure finally shattered. "They were going to ruin everything," he whispered. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial was brief but sensational. 3 families watched as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson never showed remorse, maintaining the blank expression that had served him well in the corporate world. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. As officers led him away, Reed caught his eye. For just a moment, she glimpsed something behind his mask, not humanity, but its absence, a void where empathy should have been. The media called it the door on the left case. Psychologists studied Emerson's pathology. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail. But for Reed, the case never truly closed. Sometimes, walking down hotel hallways, she found herself counting doors, wondering what secrets might breathe behind them. In the evidence locker, locked away from public view, 3 identical hotel keys remained tagged and catalogued. Physical reminders that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Story 14. At first, it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal. Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband Daniel had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip, distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife, who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough. Placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 15. The realtor's listing mentioned no basement. The blueprints showed no record of it. And yet when the family pulled up the old carpet, they found a door hidden underneath. A heavy, rusted handle. It took 3 of them to pry it open. Stale air rushed up to greet them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps led downward into darkness. They expected storage. Instead, they found a chair, a single light bulb swaying above it, and on the wall behind, a row of photographs of them. Pictures taken from inside their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during winter, when darkness fell early and the neighborhood trees stood bare against the cold sky. The 2-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors had character, they'd told themselves, character and history. What they hadn't anticipated was exactly how much history the house contained, or how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with yellow tape that fluttered in the wind. The call had come in from Mrs. Mercer, her voice trembling as she described what they'd found beneath their living room floor. "We need to document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, pulling latex gloves over her hands with practiced precision. The camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement itself was small, roughly the size of a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a flat gray. The single chair sat bolted to the floor in the center of the space. Above it, the bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the room, spinning slowly from an invisible draft. But it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention, 37 images in total, meticulously arranged in chronological order. These date back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner noted, examining the timestamps written on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no broken windows or picked locks. The security system had never triggered. Nothing had been stolen. Only privacy had been taken, along with any sense of safety the family might have felt. Forensics found multiple fingerprints throughout the basement space, most belonging to previous owners of the property. Records showed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family staying less than a year before selling at increasingly lower prices. None had mentioned discovering a basement. "We need to talk to every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disturbing as they traced the history backward. The property records showed inconsistencies, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed then withdrawn, inspection reports with entire sections redacted. The breakthrough came when they interviewed the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His face drained of color when shown photos of the basement. "That room doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing under the living room except dirt and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the memory card found hidden inside the light fixture. Hundreds more images populated their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by someone who should not have been there. The case took an even darker turn when audio files were recovered from a weatherproof box buried in the corner of the basement. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The sound quality suggested sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none had been found during the initial search. "We need to tear out every wall," Connors ordered, her voice tight with urgency. "Check inside the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. Whoever did this has been watching these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a small monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop connected to a series of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about each family that had lived in the house. Their habits, their schedules, their arguments, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting matched samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had died during construction of the house, a detail that became increasingly suspect as the investigation progressed. No death certificate had ever been filed, no funeral arrangements made. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal became increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never look down" and "they never see me" appeared repeatedly. The last page contained a single sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect. Edward Kelvin had never left the house he built. He had simply retreated into its hidden spaces, creating a labyrinth of observation points from which he could watch the families who believed they lived alone. The manhunt lasted 3 days. They found him curled inside a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his body thin and wiry, adapted to moving through the narrow passages he had built within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct light. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his private theater. He described watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing specimens. He had never touched them, never stolen from them, never directly interfered with their lives. He had only watched, recorded, documented. "They invited me in," he told investigators, his voice soft and reasonable. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychological evaluation determined Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a guardian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were merely temporary guests in what he considered his permanent home. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like those before them, they abandoned their belongings, taking only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained empty as the case moved through the criminal justice system. The trial revealed the true extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden rooms accessible only through crawl spaces, observation points built into the structure itself, all meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house had been designed from the beginning as a viewing apparatus, its residents unknowing participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin showed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still move unseen through the passages of the house that existed now only in memory. The property was eventually demolished, the ground beneath it excavated and filled. But for the families who had lived there, the violation continued. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known was their watching, listening, recording their most private moments from within walls they had trusted to keep them safe. Sometimes in quiet moments they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, wondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever had been. Story 16. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. The final entry was dated 30 years ago, Daniel explained. After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house. He looked up, eyes vacant. I just wanted quiet. During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Alina had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 17. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself, until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. She reported hearing voices through the vents, said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises. Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was stress from work." Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Eleanor's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Eleanor, sweet Eleanor, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Eleanor's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Eleanor singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. "She hears me now," one entry read. "She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me." The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Eleanor had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 18. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it, should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. "Watch alone." Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. "They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home. And somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the 5th one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry. Signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. Open and shut until the tapes started appearing. The tapes complicate things. Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker. She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from Pharmacorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced Pharmacorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. People who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty." The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 19. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 20. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket, a porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. "The positioning is deliberate," Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed, like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing, most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present, the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in the house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the doll maker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker. The woman shared family rumors about the doll maker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the doll maker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified. No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claimed to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, Neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 21. The new tenants thought it was just peeling wallpaper, but as they stripped it away, the layers beneath told a different story. Scrawled in ink over and over was a name, the same name filling every inch of the wall, written in frantic, uneven script. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any of the records. But when they searched it online, they found a single result, a missing persons case from decades ago. And the worst part, the woman in the photo looked exactly like the one who had sold them the house. Michael and Sarah Klein never intended to renovate the Victorian-era home immediately. The charming old residence came at a surprisingly reasonable price, and the previous owner, a quiet, elegant woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had seemed eager to sell, mentioning she was relocating across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's character, its ornate woodwork and high ceilings telling stories of another era. It started with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingers against it, the paper gave way, revealing another layer beneath. Curiosity piqued. They began carefully peeling back the damaged section. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they guessed was the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper from an earlier decade. But as they continued, something unexpected emerged in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scribbles, but a name, Elena Winters, written over and over, the handwriting becoming increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who's Elena Winters?" Sarah whispered, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop open, searching property records. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. No Elena Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who sold them the house was listed as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, coffee mug in hand. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse results until they found an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Elena Winters, age 27, reported missing during winter months. The black and white photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that matched those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article is from 30 years ago," Michael said, voice barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be about the right age now, but..." Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never had closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity evolved into an obsession. Sarah contacted the previous homeowners, working backward through county records. The renovation halted as they devoted evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for only 7 months before selling to them, unusual considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they'd endured. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man remembered the case immediately. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he described the investigation. Elena Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold fast, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before asking, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence hung heavy on the line. "Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why?" When they explained their discovery and showed him photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective promised to make some calls. Within days, a detective from the current force contacted them, requesting permission to examine the wall. Their home became an active investigation scene. Forensics teams carefully documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall writings to samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah discovered a hidden space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All featured the same face with subtle variations: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When police attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she'd provided, they discovered it non-existent. Her phone number no longer worked. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had disappeared, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. But fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched another profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been committed to a mental institution shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had escaped from the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records revealed something chilling. One of her documented alternate personalities called herself Alina. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood friend, obsessed with her to the point of emulation. When Alina rejected her increasingly disturbing advances, something in Rebecca fractured. She had taken Alina's identity literally and figuratively and created an elaborate web of personalities to maintain the illusion. The scrawled name represented Rebecca's desperate attempt to maintain her grip on reality, to remember who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both confession and prison, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael watched from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had suddenly become very warm. The remains recovered from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret collapsed, and another emerged, one who confessed to killing Alina in a jealous rage. The names on the wall had been both memorial and manifestation of guilt, written by a fractured mind trying to hold onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 22. The wooden plank came loose when she stepped on it, just a small shift, but enough to catch her attention. She crouched down, running her fingers along the edges, feeling the gap. The floor wasn't solid, it was hiding something. With careful hands, she pried up the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space beneath the house. At first she saw nothing but dust and cobwebs. Then as her eyes adjusted, she realized there was something down there. A mattress, a chair. And in the corner, a tattered notebook, filled with pages of a name, her name written over and over again. Detective Morgan Reed stood behind Sarah Coleman as she stared into the darkness beneath her newly purchased home. The terror in her eyes reflected something deeper than just finding a hidden room. It was the violation of safety, the intrusion of something sinister into what should have been her fresh start. "Don't touch anything else," Detective Reed instructed, her voice calm but firm. She clicked on her flashlight, illuminating more of the concealed space. The beam revealed walls covered with photographs, surveillance photos of Sarah walking to her car, entering buildings, talking with friends, a shrine to obsession that had existed right beneath her feet. Sarah had purchased the small cottage from the estate of an elderly man named Walter Green, who had died without any known relatives. The property had been vacant for several months before going on the market. The real estate listing had described it as charming and in need of minor renovations. No one had mentioned anything unusual during the inspections or sale. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah whispered. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I thought that basement access was sealed off decades ago. That's what the inspection report said." The crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment cases thudding against the wooden floors as they entered. They photographed everything, cataloged evidence, and eventually extracted the mattress, chair, and notebook from the hidden chamber. Forensic analysts later discovered countless fingerprints throughout the space, all belonging to Walter Green. What disturbed investigators most was the timeline they pieced together. Based on utility records and dated photographs in the chamber, Walter had been watching Sarah for at least 3 years before his death. He had attended the same community events, shopped at the same grocery store, and even patronized the cafe where she sometimes worked. Yet Sarah had no recollection of ever meeting or noticing him. This level of fixation typically escalates, the department psychologist explained during a briefing. The subject moves from fantasy to planning. The hidden room suggests he was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took an unexpected turn when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the maintenance department at the local shopping center. The man seemed nervous, fidgeting with his wedding band throughout their conversation. "Walter talked about her sometimes," he admitted. "Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was just an old man with a crush. I never thought," he trailed off, staring at his hands. "Did he ever mention any plans involving her?" Reed pressed. "Not exactly plans, but he had this thing he'd say about how she belongs with me. I thought it was just talk." Reed obtained a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, which had remained untouched since his death. Inside, they found a key that didn't match any locks in Walter's home. The serial number led them to a storage unit registered in his name. The metal door of the unit rolled upward with a grating sound. Inside, neatly arranged, was furniture that matched Sarah's old apartment replicas of her bed, her desk, even her living room couch. Walter had created a perfect copy of her living space, down to the throw pillows and wall art. A mannequin with a wig matching Sarah's hairstyle sat at the replica desk. Most disturbing of all was the calendar marked with a date just 1 week after Walter's unexpected death from a heart attack. The date was circled in red with a single word written across it: together. The investigation uncovered that Walter had been institutionalized in his youth after becoming obsessed with a female teacher. His records indicated treatment for erotomania, a delusion where the subject believes another person is in love with them despite evidence to the contrary. Walter had been released and lived decades without incident until something about Sarah triggered his old patterns. At the police station, Reed spread crime scene photos across the conference table. He died believing they had some special connection. In his mind, they were destined to be together. Could she have encountered him somewhere, something that sparked this fixation? Another detective asked. Reed shook her head. Nothing we can find. Sometimes these obsessions don't need much. A smile from a stranger. Eye contact that lasts a second too long. For someone with his history, that could be enough. Sarah decided to sell the house, unable to feel safe there again. During final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself. I keep thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't died when he did, she said quietly. If I hadn't noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have lived here, not knowing he was watching me, not knowing what was hidden beneath my feet? The case was officially closed after Walter's death, classified as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never occurred. The psychological evaluation of the evidence suggested that Walter had planned to confine Sarah in either the hidden room or the storage unit. Sarah moved far away, changing her daily routines and becoming more cautious about her personal information. Detective Reed occasionally checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of how closely Sarah had come to becoming another statistic, another victim. The cottage eventually sold to a young couple who knew nothing of its history. The hidden room was properly sealed, the floorboards replaced, life continued. But for those who knew the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor served as a chilling reminder of dangers that sometimes lurk unseen, of monsters who die before they can be caught, and of victims who never know how close they came to their own endings. Story 23. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. Who reported finding the body? Lind asked, scanning her notes. Real estate agents showing the property to potential buyers, her partner responded. They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer. The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detailed trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. The house remembers what happened there, one message read. It wants someone to know. The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. "The house has a reputation," he explained. The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design. But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. "There were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming." He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else. A small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities. Yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 24. The coffee shop had been his routine for years, same table, same order, same silence. The barista knew his face, but no one knew his name. One day he didn't show up. When the police checked his usual seat, they found a wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, but no name, no address, just a blank space where his identity should have been. When they pulled security footage, they saw something impossible. He had walked in, he had sat down, but he had never left. Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her fingertips against the cold metal table as she reviewed the security footage again. The stranger, now referred to as John Doe in the case files, appeared normal on camera. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. Nothing about him stood out, which made his disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it again," she instructed the tech specialist. The footage showed John entering the coffee shop during the morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, and made his way to the corner table partially hidden by a decorative plant. He sat down, opened his bag, removed a notebook, and began writing. Occasionally he would sip his coffee and look out the window. Then came the crucial moment. He placed his wallet on the table, stood up, and walked toward the restroom hallway. But he never returned to his table. He never exited through any door. He simply vanished. "And check the bathroom footage," Mercer said. "That's the thing," replied the specialist. "He never entered any bathroom. We've checked every camera angle. It's like he dissolved into thin air." Back at the station, Mercer spread the contents of the wallet across her desk. The driver's license photo matched their mystery man, but where personal information should have been, there were only blank spaces. The credit cards bore no names, just 16-digit numbers that, when run through the system, connected to no existing accounts. Cash in various denominations, neatly organized. A receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior. And a single business card blank on both sides, except for a phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but no one spoke. She could hear what sounded like paper rustling, perhaps pages turning. After 30 seconds, the call disconnected. The barista who had served John for years couldn't provide much information. He never talked much, always polite though, tipped well. I think he might have had an accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to tell. "Did he ever meet anyone here, have conversations?" Mercer asked. "Never, always alone, always writing in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table alongside the abandoned wallet. Its pages contained line after line of what appeared to be code or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department struggled to make sense of it. Some pages contained sketches, architectural drawings of buildings that matched no known structures in the area. Mercer assigned officers to canvass the neighborhood with photos of John Doe. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints weren't in any database. It was as if he existed solely within the confines of that coffee shop. During her investigation, Mercer noticed something odd about the security footage. Each morning when John entered the shop, the time stamp on the camera would flicker momentarily. The tech specialist dismissed it as a system glitch, but Mercer wasn't convinced. She returned to the coffee shop and sat at his table. From this vantage point, she could see both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Between them hung an antique mirror, its frame ornately carved with symbols similar to those in John's notebook. When the shop owner arrived, Mercer questioned him about the mirror. "That thing been here longer than I have, came with the building. Heavy as sin, takes 2 men to move it." "Has it ever been moved for cleaning or redecorating?" "Not in my time, why?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass had a slight distortion to it, making the reflection seem deeper than it should be. She placed her hand on its surface, expecting cool glass, but instead felt an unusual warmth. The forensics team arrived to examine the mirror. When they removed it from the wall, they discovered a small hollow space behind it. Inside was a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but blank information fields. Beside them sat a leather-bound journal filled with entries dating back decades, all written in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing." Investigators found fingerprints throughout the hidden space, all matching John Doe. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was approximately 50 years old, yet the photo showed the same unaged face. The journal entries described what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. References to crossing back and window points were scattered throughout. One paragraph stood out to Mercer. "The coffee shop serves as an anchor point, a place where realities intersect. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment occurs, passage becomes possible." As the investigation deepened, strange incidents began occurring around the coffee shop. Customers reported seeing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Several claimed to have spotted John Doe sitting at his usual table, though security cameras showed no one there. The break in the case came when an elderly woman contacted the police station asking about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist who had worked on classified government projects. She recognized John Doe from the news reports. "His name was Daniel Weston," she explained. "He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who disappeared while working on an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces that could potentially allow matter to pass between parallel realities. Keller provided documents showing Weston had been presumed dead after a laboratory accident. The date of his disappearance matched the earliest entry in the journal found behind the mirror. He believed our reality was just one of many existing simultaneously, Keller continued. He theorized that certain locations served as weak points between these realities, places where someone could potentially cross over. Mercer returned to the coffee shop with this new information. The building, she discovered, stood on land that had once housed the very research facility where Weston had worked. The coffee shop had been built directly over the laboratory where he disappeared. The case reached its climax when Mercer, reviewing security footage alone late one night, noticed something on the recordings that previous viewings had missed. In the background, reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston could be seen watching himself sitting at the table. Two versions of the same man existing simultaneously. When Mercer rushed to the coffee shop to re-examine the mirror, she found it shattered on the floor. Amidst the broken glass lay a final note written in the familiar handwriting: "The experiment is complete. The window is closed. Do not attempt to follow." The case of the man who didn't exist remains officially unsolved. The coffee shop closed shortly after the investigation, the building eventually demolished. Daniel Weston's body was never found. His notebooks and journals disappeared from the evidence room under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer resigned from the force soon after. Neighbors occasionally spot her sitting on her porch, writing frantically in a notebook identical to Weston's. On her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface sometimes appearing to ripple when no one is watching. Story 25. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. We never carried anything like this. The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory. When pressed further, he admitted, things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances. A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database. The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining, he said. Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. The mask moves, she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside it, symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is. The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death, cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is, a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 26. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry read. "The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. "I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent," he muttered. "That door wasn't locked." Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. "Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches." The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. "The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight." "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. She was unstable, paranoid, he told investigators. She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion. The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neurapax side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 27. The Polaroid was decades old, a snapshot of a birthday long forgotten, smiling faces, candles flickering, nothing unusual. But when the daughter inherited the box of old photos, she saw it, a shape in the background behind the group, a man half hidden in shadow standing just outside the glow of the candles. He wasn't part of the family. No one remembered him being there, yet in every photo he was closer. Sarah Winters found the collection while cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral. A cardboard box labeled simply "Memories" contained dozens of faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood. The discovery should have been comforting, a treasure trove of happier moments. Instead, it became the starting point of a nightmare. In the first photo, he was barely perceptible, a silhouette at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The dark figure stood near the sliding glass door, face obscured, watching. In the second photo, taken minutes later, he had moved inside. By the third, he stood behind her uncle. No one in the photos seemed aware of his presence. Sarah called her father, voice trembling as she described the discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" Silence greeted her question, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." She took digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father. He called back immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. "That's not possible. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened patiently as Sarah spread the photographs across his desk at the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting shifting shadows across the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, eyes narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he asked, voice neutral but interested. "No one," Sarah confirmed, "but look at the progression." She arranged the photos in sequence. The detective leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath his weight. What had initially seemed like paranoia suddenly took shape before his eyes. The figure moved deliberately through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's childhood self, one pale hand reaching toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, but his tone betrayed doubt. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and ran into the frame. The detective made copies and opened a case file. Within days, he had contacted everyone still alive who had attended the party. No one remembered the man. No servers had been hired. No neighbors had visited. The property had been remote, a countryside rental specifically chosen for privacy. Facial recognition software proved useless. The figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if aware of the camera's eye. Yet something about his posture seemed practiced, deliberate. The investigation might have stalled there had Sarah not discovered more photos in other family albums. Different gatherings, different years, same figure, always in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A computer specialist enhanced the images, cleaning decades of degradation. Under harsh digital light, details emerged, a scar across the wrist, a distinctive ring, a partial reflection in a window showing facial features previously hidden in shadow. The breakthrough came from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had disappeared after being questioned in connection with 3 child abductions across the region. Cases that had gone cold decades ago. Cases that had occurred within weeks of the gatherings documented in the photos. Records showed Keller had worked for the company that cleaned the vacation property where Sarah's birthday was held. He had master keys to several rental properties throughout the area, properties where other families had gathered, properties where children had later vanished. When authorities searched the foundations of Keller's former residence, they discovered small items buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching the description of one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a boy who disappeared after a family reunion. a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own one she thought had been lost during her childhood. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by the photos that had unraveled decades of carefully concealed horrors. The detective had called earlier with news that they had identified remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed it was one of the missing children. She stared at the final birthday photo. The candles cast a warm glow on the faces of her family, frozen in celebration. Behind her younger self, partially concealed by shadow but unmistakably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to everyone in that moment of joy. The revelation had connected unsolved cases across decades. Families finally had answers, though not the ones they had prayed for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. Sarah gathered the photos and placed them back in the box. They were evidence now. Proof that sometimes the most dangerous threats are those captured on film, but unseen by the eye-hidden figures who move through celebrations undetected, leaving only the faintest trace of their passage through frozen moments of time.